Hi! Hello everyone, this is Aegon of Astora, and welcome back to my blind playthrough of Elden Ring. This is episode number 63, being recorded on Sunday, August the 6th, 2023. I hope you're all having a fantastic day, whenever it is you find yourself watching this. So, we have a to-do list. Based on comments that people have left, based on other things I've said of different places where we have to go, we missed this, we missed that, and so on and so forth. But I am just quite keen at this point to press on because, yeah, I want to know what's happening and what's next. So, I keep trying to summon Torrent. So I think that's what we're going to do. Use a ghost friend. Maybe they can clue us into what the heck has happened here. Other than, I guess, the Erdtree's burning, so the ash is falling here on the city. Ooh, behold, the Erdtree yet stands, tall and unwavering, mindless of the scourge of the flame of ruin. Ha 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 ha. Then we are yet golden ones. Sorry, my voice cracked several times there. It's been a couple weeks since I've done my ghost voice, so yeah. There are consequences to that, clearly. Oh. So remember when I was very confused about not being able to get that item? There's also an item here. So yeah, more of this area will have opened up, presumably. Because remember, we were just clueless when we were here that one time. The first time we were here, just looking at the map, seeing like huge sections of the city that we just could not access, and not being able to understand why. So now we have at least a partial answer, which is that we weren't meant to, that the state of the area was going to change. Crimson Amber Medallion +2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to put that on. I don't know if we have a choice. I'd like to see what difference it makes, though. Oh yeah, that's a nice boost. Okay. Cool. I'm all sorts of into that. Okay, so one thing I wondered about this shift, that we've sort of altered the way that death operates in the world, is that to say that these friends won't respawn now? I somehow doubt that. But if that is the case, that would make what in Dark Souls 2 I've heard Sinclair Lore and Sophie Pilbeam refer to as a Marie Kondo run. It would make that possible, where you only hold on to things if they make you happy. So in other words, you can sort of, in Dark Souls 2, oh, we're dead. Oh, thank you. Iframes, thank you. In Dark Souls 2, if you kill enemies enough times, they disappear, they stop spawning. Which I always thought was kind of cool, because it provided an indication of how, you know, the extent of the presence of certain enemies in an area. Whereas the sort of classical system in Dark Souls and Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3 is just, there are unique enemies who only spawn once, but the vast majority of enemies spawn infinitely. You can never get rid of them. And, yeah, I think it would be pretty cool if this whole thing changed that mechanic. But somehow I doubt it. Let's see. No, I didn't think so, but I thought it was worth a shot anyway, so let's head back up. So I presume there's going to be a few items here that we need to loot. I'm not sure how best to approach this. You can hear something moving around. Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. I do wonder what the state of the... Oh, okay. These friends were associated with Malekith as well, I believe. The gargoyles, that is. Oh, that's bad. Oh, okay. You showed me what's what and who's who. Give you credit for that. It's a dreadful heal. Another legendary item here. Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. So, something I didn't comment on in the previous episode is that, yeah, we've received the trophy for having acquired all of the legendary armaments, which is not something I expected. I didn't expect to have acquired everything as far as the legendary armaments were concerned. Mostly because, you know, we've been Mr. Magooing our way through the game. And not really, you know, missing obvious things. Speaking of which, someone said in the comments of the most recent episode in which we defeated Rykard, they said that we should explore Volcano Manor a little bit more, so I'm actually going to add that to our list of things to do. Because there's still more going on with Raya there, apparently. We should also maybe go check out whether Tanith has finished consuming Rykard yet. Said, please, allow me some time. Our lord's corpse is not so easily consumed. So we've allowed her some time. There are a few places now, I suppose, where we're going to want to return to see whether things have changed. Okay, so before we go that way, let's go check. On the Roundtable Hold, doesn't look like we can. And for the life of me, I can't remember how it was we accessed it last time. We accessed it from up above, I think. So yeah, I suppose we'll have to return to that, or we're just not meant to be able to access it, which I suppose is entirely possible because it looks like the other entrance, the front entrance, is completely blocked with ash. So yeah, might just be inaccessible at this point. Yeah, I don't remember. Shocker, I know. I do wonder how the messages work. As in, are we only seeing messages? Are we only seeing the messages of people who have the city in the same state that we do? I think we're just seeing all messages. See, it's interesting because it creates a situation in which you have messages from multiple different, because it's the same area, but they're different areas at the same time that are sort of overlapping with one another. We check down here. Yes, we did. Sorry. My apologies. Still trying to process everything that's happened in terms of the story. Friends just hanging out, I guess. Okay. Apologies if my voice sounds a bit off. I think I might have a sinus infection of some description. I have, as I complained in the previous episode, not been sleeping tremendously well of late. And so that's probably why, insofar as I do actually have such an infection. So, I'm cognizant of the fact that my voice might sound a bit off, or perhaps self-conscious of the fact, I should say. So, yeah, if it sounds off, again, you'll have to accept my sincerest apologies for that. But I figured I better record while I have an opportunity to record. Because opportunities to record have been few and far between of late. And, yeah, I would like very much to wow, yeah, those are the tree-like structures up at the consecrated snowfield. I would like to obviously wrap this up. You know, I'm not in a rush to wrap up this playthrough, certainly, but I get very anxious when we go several weeks in a row without completing an episode or something while more and more episodes are being released publicly. Creating a situation in which the blind nature of this playthrough could potentially be compromised to some degree. I still do not know where Corwin is. Corin. Oh, gosh darn it. Names are getting mashed together. And by that I mean, I know a person in real life named Corwin, and when I was trying to remember Corin's name, in my mind I used to think just think of Corwin. Surprised that actually that's the first time I've actually slipped up with that. I assume everything here is unchanged. Yeah, now it makes sense why there's no Site of Grace there as well, because they want you to not have access to that because of the way the area changes. At least that might be one reason. But that might not actually matter because I don't think there's anything else going on here. Okie dokie then. Okay, so I'm clearly missing something. Or there's just nothing over in this direction. And or we've already grabbed everything that's over here. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, this wasn't here before, was it? I do not remember this at all. I remember there being a gap there, but no, you know, I guess it makes sense if the tree's burning. Hi friends, you hiding anything new over here? It doesn't look that way. Okay, carry on. Yeah, this is one thing that does sort of frustrate me about areas where you visit multiple times, is that you get into situations like this where you're like, okay, I should check everything, make sure, you know, nothing has changed. But in some instances, nothing has changed, so what's the point? Like, insofar as I'm right about this being a new addition, that tree there, like, what's the point? Because it does look like pieces of the Erdtree have fallen elsewhere as well. I remember in this location wondering what the point of it was. And it could simply be that we were waiting for the ash to fall for it to become relevant, but it actually does not appear to be relevant even still. I know we should probably be going up in that direction. We might as well explore over here first. Keep wishing I could call in Torrent. Make this a bit more snappy. We're quite close to the site of grace now. So it might be worth having a rest. Though it may also not, because we still have 9 Crimson Tear flasks, but because yeah, it really does not look like much has changed. So it's curious to me why they would block off certain areas and not others. Because like if you're gonna block off certain areas because there's nothing there, you don't want people to sort of have access to it. Why not do the same with other areas? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Did I really never open that shortcut exit there? East Capital Rampart. So this is the first site of grace in the area. And I believe it was preceded by a one-way drop. Or was it? Yeah, my curiosity is just preventing me from pushing forward, and I just want to make sure that absolutely nothing has changed here, so I guess that's what we're doing. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this just leads to the Capital Rampart. Indeed, and we can still access that, so there's no point to this. Let's head back to the East Capital Rampart at least. Who's here? Oh, Hyada, okay. Yeah, so pretty striking difference. I guess, you know, a huge portion of the area is basically inaccessible now. So maybe I'm understating the extent to which the area has changed. It's basically the entire city streets below us. This is where those snowmen friends were. So yeah, I think I'm probably understating the extent to which this area is transformed. Yeah, okay, all the same, I want to make sure that we're not missing anything, so let's comb the area. So we've spoken to Ghost Friend. We've gone in that sewer. We got the item in here. Excellent sunflower. You know, I suppose we could have just waited to pick up this item here. It would have been a lot easier to get than it was when we did get it, but oh well, all the same. Okay, I'm satisfied that we've more or less explored everything, so we might as well head up. Okay, one last sort of diversion here. And yeah, kind of a waste. That's okay. Okay, onward. So yeah, I do still want to return to those earlier areas where apparently I forgot things. At Volcano Manor, someone was saying that Zariah's the scout. That there's more to her quest line, which I always suspected there was, but I wasn't sure whether we sort of screwed up her quest line or not by murdering her father. So this is where we fought, quote-unquote, Godfrey last time. Who is this? Whoever they are, they look, like they're probably not going to be friendly.
I knew you'd come.
Oh!
To stand before the Elden Ring. To become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity.
So yeah, Queen Marika has no intention, apparently, letting Tarnished ascend to... Ooh, okay. You have a very interesting mix of attacks there, friend. He's got basically every form of attack. Which makes sense when you consider his character, right? As the all-knowing and learning about all the different types of lords, or the champions, I suppose. And he's sort of, much like us, taken a little bit from everyone. Oh, gosh darn it. Oh.
In my bones, a tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Suppose we'll see about that, friend. Scepter of the all-knowing helm, armor, gauntlets, and greaves. Scepter in the form of a hand grasping a pearl, signature weapon of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. The pearl stands for the world, the heavens, and an eye, representing the many forms of knowledge never fully attainable. Even knowing that, the all-knowing's hand grasps for it. Unique skill, knowledge above all. Raise the scepter to manifest the realm of the all-knowing. Enemy magic and holy damage negation will be reduced for all within the area, including the caster. Helm set with countless eyes and ears, worn by Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing. Knowledge begins with the recognition of one's ignorance, the realization that the search for knowledge is unending, but when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear. At the end, that should not be. So knowledge begins with the recognition of one's ignorance, indeed. So knowledge and ignorance are intertwined, and this is the first time, I'm only noticing this, despite it having been there all along. You can see the ears, many ears and eyes. So very early in the playthrough, I talked about the Roundtable Hold as being the seat of aural surveillance, so AURAL surveillance, that someone was listening in to other things that are happening, and that appears to be the case very much with Sir Gideon, given all the ears and the eyes, of course, on the top as well. But returning to the point about knowledge and ignorance. Knowledge and ignorance are basically two sides of the same coin. You can't shape our knowledge of something without also shaping our ignorance of something. By the same token, when you generate ignorance in relation to a topic by creating misinformation and things like that, you problematize the knowledge that we have of that same subject. Likewise, by choosing to study one thing and not choosing to study another thing, you are not just shaping the knowledge of the thing you're choosing to study, you're also shaping our ignorance of the thing that you choose not to study. Because, as this says, basically you can't, or as the other, the realization that the search for knowledge is unending. You can't study everything, you can't know everything, it's impossible. So you eventually have to choose, I want to study this, I don't want to study this. So by choosing to study this and not choosing to study that, then you are shaping our knowledge of the former and our ignorance of the latter. All right. The question is, how much of this stuff do we explore? Or do we just press on? Oh, there's a ghost friend there. I don't think there was a ghost friend there previously. Okay, we'll have to check all that out in just a minute. Again, you almost wish they did more to block off the areas where nothing has changed. Because, otherwise you're just walking around. Okay, what was the point of that? I guess that's a shortcut exit we missed last time. That's a void there. Okay, so I guess really the only direction is forward, and also, Ghost Friend. Ooh. He is returned, the Lord has returned at long last, our very first Lord to brandish the Elden Ring once more. So Godfrey's back apparently. That's interesting. Okay, there's a new item there. Queen's Bedchamber, so yeah, still the same. Erdtree Heal. One of the ancient Erdtree incantations heals a vast amount of HP for the caster and nearby allies. Hold to continue praying and delay activation. The Erdtree once flourished with abundance, yet it was only for a fleeting moment. Such is the course of all life. Only for a fleeting moment. I assume they mean sort of in the context of cosmic time. That seemed like it was a long time, but it really wasn't when you consider, wow, look at that. When you consider sort of the time scale of the universe. What's with all these people doing PvP or something? Alright, here goes nothing. Oh, so it's Godfrey's Beast? Oh, what was the beast's name?
It's been a long
Whoa.
while, Morgoth.
Godfrey's regent, I should say.
Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more.
Uh-oh.
Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
Okay, that's bad. Okay, that's a cool attack. Oh. So Godfrey was, I guess we didn't really learn where he was. Oh crud. Panic dodges did not work out there. I only sort of speculated that Godfrey had sacrificed himself to the roots. Did learn about Godfrey's regent, this beast, whose name I've since forgotten, so...
That will be all.
And of course we fought Godfrey in his ghost form earlier in the playthrough.
Service.
Siraj, that was the name.
Siraj.
Uh-oh. Oh. Okay.
I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight just
Oh.
Warrior!
Okay. I mentioned not too long ago that we had yet to encounter Hoarah Loux. I suppose here he is. Oh, wow, that took off a lot of HP. Jeez Louise, friend. Whew. Ouch. Okay, this is not going well. No, that's bad. So Godfrey was Hoarah Loux before he became first Elden Lord then, I suppose. Oh, I thought we could dodge that. No, gosh darn it. It's so hard to create distance for healing. Ouch. Yeah, that hurt pretty bad. Cool boss fight though. Very, very cool. I'm a fan thus far. We came actually pretty close. Probably closer than we deserved, but don't have a lot of rune arcs left, so suppose we should make sure that we have the right things equipped. Yeah, we might have to forget about fashion for a bit. Just to get a little bit of extra defense. Yeah, okay. Looking pretty ugly, but that's okay. Alright, let's do this. Oh, come on. Not a tremendous start. Wow, we dodged it that time. Oh, that was not good. Oh, gosh darn it.
With strength.
Yeah, that was not good. We still have eight rune arcs, but that's not a lot. Dreadful start. So this whole having a phantom on his back thing, it's reminiscent sort of Ronnie with the phantom sort of on her side. And that's something I would like to talk about. The whole Ronnie with the phantom thing. It's not something... Oh, come on. It's not something I've been able to really explain yet, but I do have some ideas. It's just tied into the whole Great Rune of the Unborn thing, as well as the Three Sisters as an area. Ugh. Yeah, this attempt has gone pear-shaped very quickly. Panic dodges are not helping. Nor is the spamming R1.
'twas nobly fought.
Yep, we're not doing well here. I think it might be worth exploring some different combinations here. I don't think stamina recovery is really our problem in this fight. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think any of these are necessarily any better, so, might just leave it. This armor is better holy damage. Negation. It is something to consider. And it might be worth stacking holy damage resistance. Okay, let's give that a shot. Lucky dodge that was. Okay, that was the best first phase we had yet. Oh, he gets those iframes. Oh, gosh darn it. Zangief, basically. Oh, gosh darn it. We just have to get lucky, really. With my panic dodges, oh. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I feel like we're getting closer. It's certainly not been pretty, but I think we're getting closer. This time maybe I'll use a rune arc. I had a great start last time, not so much this time.
'Twas nobly fought.
Terrible positioning. Terrible panic dodges. Terrible everything.
Tarnished warrior.
Terrible everything.
Nobly fought.
Okay. Need to heal quickly. We're getting close to having no rune arcs left. Terrible.
Tarnished warrior. 'Twas nobly fought.
Okay, just keep the pressure on, Aegon. Come on. Come on, one more hit.
Yes! Thy strength.
We did it. Whew. Remembrance of Hoarah Loux. Wow, we did it. I can't believe we did it. Oh, okay, the path into the Erdtree has been cleared. Well, I don't even know what sort of sound I made there after we defeated him. But wow, I think we only used one flask there. So that was, yeah, pretty much perfect. And well, not perfect, but as far as I'm concerned, that's as close to perfection as I'll probably get. So let's fix our armor and whatnot here so that we can be looking good again. Perfect. Let's have a rest. Elden Throne, as before. Wait, let me make sure there's no Melina dialogue or anything. No. Okay. So... okay, I'm going to sit one more time. Level up. And then we're going to go read the item descriptions back at the Roundtable Hold. So I want to increase mind or faith. Let's say mind for now. Okay, let's go to the Roundtable Hold. I wonder if Nefeli Loux, or Nefeli Loux, however you're supposed to pronounce her name, will have something new to say finally. Somehow I doubt it, but let's see.
In this ash.
No, gosh, darn it. Yeah, we borked her questline, I think. That's the only explanation for her being basically, yeah, not a person at this point. Sorry, finger friend. And yeah, I'm sorry. Elden Lord Crown. Crown of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict when Godfrey was Lord of the battlefield. He led the war against the giants, faced the Storm Lord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell. And it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. We saw this in A Song of Ice and Fire with Robert Baratheon, that after, you know, there was no one left to fight, he just became a drunk and had no purpose anymore. He was a good king when it came to, you know, quelling conflict and becoming king, waging war to become king. But after he became king, it was like, well, what is there left to do? Because I'm a warrior and that's it. And indeed, Godfrey was Hoarah Loux. So yeah, interesting. We'll pick that up. Elden Lord armor. Armor of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The age of the Erdtree. Okay, so well, the same descriptions there, it looks like. Same with the bracelets. And the greaves. Remembrance of Hoarah Loux. Remembrance of the warrior Hoarah Loux, hewn into the Erdtree. When Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, was robbed of his grace, becoming tarnished, he took with him his kinfolk and left the lands between. After the long march of the tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. Very interesting. When he was robbed of his grace. Okay, I'm not sure I understand, other than he basically decided, oh yeah, I'll go and see how the common folk handle things, but then he fought his way back. Okay, yeah, I need to think about that a bit more. Weapon of Godfrey, Elden Lord. It was broken in a battle fought as leader of the Tarnished during the Long March. I think this is the first we're hearing about this Long March, but yeah, we'll return to that. This weapon is symbolic of Godfrey's vow to conduct himself as a lord, later becoming an emblem of the Golden Lineage. In the days of the past, a crown was warranted with strength. Unique skill Regal Roar let loose a mighty war cry, raising attack power while sending out a shockwave that cannot be guarded against by stomping the ground. While active, strong attack becomes a lunging slash. Hoarah Loux's Earthshaker, slam both hands onto the ground to violently shake the earth and unleash a shockwave, follow up with an additional input to slam the ground again. Okay, so this might actually be worth picking up. However, we should see whether inside of the Erdtree there's another Wandering Mausoleum so that we can switch up duplicate the Remembrance, because yeah, it would be good to keep this on hand. Although at the same time, you know, I don't think we're going to want to use this anyway. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'm going to think about it a bit. Yeah, okay, it fits. It's perfect. It really is just tremendous. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's not going to be as good from a defense perspective, but that's fine. It's worth it. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, Lord Regret. Oh, that's just tremendous stuff. Okay, so not much left to do other than see what's inside the Erdtree, I suppose. Like, I know we still have all this other stuff to do, but yeah, I'm too intrigued by what is going on here. Whoa. Oh, it's Queen Marika. Whoa. So she's rotting as well. Uh-oh. Oh, this is not good. This is not good, friends. So this is from the intro cinematic. That was Queen Marika all along, eh? I did not expect that. Or was it? Or is this Radagon? Oh, Oh, it is Radagon. Whoa, okay. It's the title screen music. Wow, cool. Okay, so Radagon basically assumed Queen Marika's place. So he became the vessel for the Elden Ring in the same way that Marika was. Fascinating stuff. Too many panic dodges. Ran out of stamina. God. Oh my goodness. We were so close. Okay, that was cool. That was very, very cool. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, now we can be ready for it at least. It's a really cool way to start the boss fight, where it isn't just... It's not just the fog gate. I thought maybe you could backstab him. Oh, gosh darn it. Wasted opportunity. Okay, in this boss fight, stamina regen is definitely a problem. It wasn't in the previous boss fight. But it definitely is in this one. We've not even seen the second phase yet, because there's got to be a second phase. Okay. So to be Elden Lord then is to become a vessel for the Elden Ring. Oh my goodness, what is this? Okay, so we have to get much better at that first phase. What the heck? So this is the Erdtree, basically? It's beautiful, whatever it is. Wow. The music too, my goodness. Elden Beast. I love this music. Oh my gosh, and you can see like a bajillion Erdtrees in the distance as well. Oh, that's bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where the heck did it go? Oh, that was really stupid. Okay, wow. Lots to process there. So, Elden Beast. So, we learned... Was it Elden Stars? I think it was. It said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. So, in other words, that is the Elden Beast. I'm hoping we can grab our runes, but it doesn't look like we can. Oh crud, our runes are there. Because yeah, there's a few things we probably should do first, because I was not thinking that this was endgame, but it's increasingly looking like it is. I'm struggling to see, because, you know, I thought if there was a lot of gameplay left, then there would be a whole area sort of inside of the Erdtree. And there may yet be, but it's not looking that way. How long have we been playing? You know, I suppose to be fair, we've been playing 230 hours. But I've had commenters say that they spent upwards of 300 hours in their first playthrough, and that they didn't think they were quite as thorough as I was. However, you know, maybe that's because they spent time farming and stuff, I'm not sure. But I'm cognizant of the possibility that, you know, this could be it. So, those things on our to-do list, I hate to sort of destroy the arc of the episode, but we should start trying to knock some of these things out. Just in case. That is actually it. So I've synced our saved game with the cloud, and then I've disabled autosync, which is to say I've created a restore point for right here. So just in case we do need to come back, or, you know, revert back to an earlier save, we're able to revert back to where we currently are. For some reason on the PS5, it doesn't let you use a USB device for syncing save games or backing up save games. I'm not sure why, because they let you do that on the PS4. I assume there's a glitch or something there, because some of the other messages I've been led to understand where I've been annoyed, like, why does it say secret door ahead or something? But apparently that was in a position which corresponded to a door somewhere. So, yeah, anyways. So, yeah, we can return back here at any point in terms of our save file, but for the time being, let's start going through the items on our list, and maybe I'll do this NPC roundup style, just in case. I keep moving this and it keeps going back to where it was, so I don't know what's up with that, but yeah, let's do it NPC roundup style. Where's the audience pathway? There it is. We'll start by just sort of going through everything, and if there's nothing, then I'll just cut to the next thing. But otherwise, yeah, I'll see you at the next new thing that happens, I guess.
Oh, you allow me some time. Our lords.
You know, I don't normally do this, but I do wonder what would happen if we were to attack her. Because otherwise I'm at a loss as to how to sort of proceed with this whole thing. Okay, let's do it.
Ah, my lord. Rykard.
Whoa, invaded by... Whoa, okay. That's really interesting, actually. So Tanith has a primordial knight. Oh, this is... Was this the friend who was just sort of standing by her? For some reason I didn't catch on that it was a primordial knight, insofar as it is the same friend. Oh. Too late there. Ouch. I didn't think you could parry that one. Certainly we've not had much luck doing that up to this point. Two-handed greatsword probably can't parry that. Uh-oh. Aspects of the Crucible. Breath. One of the ancient Erdtree incantations creates a throat pouch on the caster's neck, allowing them to spew fiery breath while walking. Charging increases duration of the breath. This is a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. Alrighty then, I guess. Oh, Consort's mask, robe, trousers. So I guess there is something to be gained by being a bit more aggressive with some of the NPCs, maybe. Mask worn by Tanith, Lady of the Volcano Manor, and the image of a foreign queen. Increases dexterity. Long ago, when Rykard first set eyes on Tanith, she was working as a dancer in a foreign land. Soon, he made her his consort. She was the only human to remain by his side when he became the Serpent of Blasphemy. In that moment, Tanith was truly charmed by him. Fine white trousers perfectly suited for wearing beneath a silk robe. Oh. For some reason I thought the head also had a health bar. So someone left a message about Godwin, pointing out about the scales, the fishy scales, that it's some sort of Japanese cultural reference. I can't remember the specifics of it, but I will put the comment on the screen in post-production just so you all have the benefit of this person's wisdom for pointing this out. Yeah, alright. Well, let's have a rest and see if anything changes otherwise. No, nothing. So, might as well go back to the Volcano Manor proper to check up on things. Yeah, I gotta say, I think I'm at a loss here. But I imagine Zarias is somewhere in this area. But the where is, yeah, again, totally lost on me, I think. Okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to take a screenshot of Hoarah Loux's remembrance. And I'm going to craft that weapon. Alright. So yeah, that's Marika, which I think we knew that already. We didn't know that Radagon, so again, thinking back to that statue where Radagon's sort of, he's in a pose as though he's being crucified. I think that was meant to hint that Radagon had taken Marika's place. And, yeah, I'm not entirely clear still on how Godfrey got replaced by Radagon, though. It said he lost his grace or something to that effect. What the heck was it? Gosh darn it. So I guess that also recontextualizes Radagon's quote-unquote territorial aggression, because maybe what he was actually doing was collecting the Elden Rings in the same way that we are collecting the Elden Rings, or the Elden Rings, the Great Runes rather. So he was reassembling he was reassembling the Elden Ring. And then he entered the Erdtree and took, so again, it's a cycle. Just like Dark Souls. Yeah, interesting stuff.
Now.
Okay, let's see. Oh, we're gonna need to pop some runes for sure for this. let's see. So it's lighter than the greatsword. But the attack power isn't quite as good. What was the... Let loose a mighty war cry, raising attack power while sending out a shockwave that cannot be guarded against by stomping the ground. While active, strong attack becomes a lunging slash, so 838, that increases it too. Cannot use Order's Blade on this. Yeah, I'm thinking about all the people who wanted me to sort of use a greater variety of weapons. I can't, you know... I'm a little bit underwhelmed by this one thus far, but... The other weapon that I've been told is actually quite good is one that I wrote off immediately, and that is the weapon that we use to fight Rykard. Yeah, the Serpent Hunter. Let's see. It's got a nice little poke. Again, I'm not crazy about the moveset. It's not bad. Doing about 700 damage with this. Oh, I suppose I could make it heavy. Oh, I guess you can't because it's a somber smithing stone weapon. Gosh darn it. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'm not sure if we just wasted all those somber smithing stones, but, you know, again, just trying to take people's advice as far as trying to use a greater variety of items. But yeah, I was led to understand we missed a couple items in the Hermit's Village, so let's go there now. Not sure what we could have missed. Perhaps our problem last time was that, of course, we weren't really fighting the demi-humans. Ouch. Oh, where did you go? Where did you go? That is a terrible L2 attack. Oh my goodness. Not off to a great start. Yeah, really the only thing this weapon has going for it is the poke attack. It's gonna be on top of one of the roofs or something, I'm sure. Oh, we're stuck. Oh yeah. Oh gosh darn it. Okay, I assume that's not the item we're looking for. Sorry, demi-human friend. Okay, I guess we just have to fight them all. Yeah, it's a nice weapon, this. It's just a shame that the skill is dreadful. Oh my goodness, is that the item I missed? Wow, I missed a lot of items. I guess, yeah, I was really trying to avoid fighting the demi-humans, so that's what I'm going to blame it on, but could just be that I'm dreadful. Oh! Oh, that has to be it. Some starlight shards here, of course. So that has to be the item the person was talking about, because everyone knows how much I love the carvings, so... Stop it, friends, please. Okay. You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You're beautiful.
You can't get that one quite right. Okay, shout out to whomever it was who suggested I come back here. I assume that's what it was for. Pretty remarkable that I missed that, though. Okay, one more item off the list. So next we have to see in which direction we need to find that other dungeon, because yeah, in the Altus tunnel we had that large expanse on the inside near the end of the tunnel where there was a falling star friend, a void friend. I'm not sure how to describe them. So yeah, let's go have a look. You know, it is nice having a bit more speed. So yeah, we're losing a little bit in terms of our attack power, but this weapon is definitely quicker than the greatsword is, so there is that. Because that's something I struggled with the greatsword occasionally. Was just, it's not a quick weapon. Wow, lag. The frame rate just dipped precipitously there. Okay, I can't remember where the heck this thing was. Okay, it was here. Okay, I'm gonna save quit to cancel this aggro, because I need to look at the map. Okay, so we need to find that place. So somewhere in that direction. Or like here. So let's go to the highway junction. Okay, so now the cave has to be somewhere between so it would have to be here. Sorry, gravity friends. Just a bear hanging out. Or not. Oh, what the heck? I suppose this possible could be up here. Oh, stop it. Wow, we missed a lot of items. Can never use enough stone sword keys. I wonder if those disappear. They probably do disappear in New Game Plus. A la Fragrant Branches of Yore. Okay, there were often jellyfish friends around where cave entrances are. Or, if not caves. I think it said that they congregate around holy places or something to that effect. Okay, so the whole thing with death doesn't seem to have made any impact whatsoever. That we I don't know if we unbound destined death, but like that whole thing from a gameplay perspective there's no significance to it. It doesn't seem anyway. Well played, friend. His friend has a ton of poise. So he must be akin to those beasts who live in death. Beasts who live in death, friends. Who we were fighting in Crumbling Farum Azula. There has to be a cave somewhere here that we're missing, or a dungeon. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Oh. Okay. This has got to be it, right? Amber. Oh. Okay, this is that item that Celavis wanted. That's interesting. In front of a statue of Mikola and Melania. An ephemeral sliver that gives off a pale amber glow, what remains of a passing flash of starlight. If the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draft, cannot be consumed by mere humans. Sorry, I just got a good look at the image before exiting out. Yeah, it looks almost like a spiral galaxy, sort of viewed from the side, but I think I might be imagining that also. Oh my goodness. I thought, you know, maybe there had to be a reason for for that friend to be there. And yeah, indeed. Perfumer's Grotto. Wow, easy to miss this one. Indeed, a bunch of perfumers are here. Just hanging out. Uh-oh. Dreadful. I'm used to the extremely forgiving radius of the greatsword, so that's gonna be my excuse anyway. Now, these friends are not very perceptive, are they? One more hit. Thank you. Living jar shard. Fireflies. Like. That was a dreadful jump attack. Oh, gosh darn it. Ah, okay. So if we hadn't cheesed that friend from the other side, then you would have had to have fought them close range here, which would be a major pain in the rear, I would imagine. Okay. Speaking of pain in the rear. You have to be able to make that jump, right? Or are you supposed to jump down? Gosh darn it. Likely cramped area. Okay, what was the point of that? Oh, maybe for attacking the friend who was there. The Void Friend. Okay, so what does the boss have in store? I'm very curious because, yeah, if that of the Void Friend was right there, then I think it would have to be something. I'm curious about the, can you buff this one? No, are you joking? Oh, gosh darn it. Okay, well, we might as well give it a shot either way. Oh, that's interesting. Omenkiller and Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Okay, that was pretty good. One more hit. Great Omenkiller Cleaver. The blade of this huge, loathsome cleaver comprises a row of amputated omen horns, weapon of slaughter wielded by omen killers. The hideous horns cause blood loss, adding vibrant colors to the ongoing mayhem. Skill, wild strikes, swing armament with wild abandon. Hold to continue swinging can be followed up with a normal or strong attack. Okay, so that wasn't as significant as I was expecting it to be. But that's okay, because, you know, that was something that was sort of driving me up the wall, just thinking that we were missing a cave somewhere. Who'd have thought it would be right there? Okay, so where to now? I wonder if we can return Latenna. Maybe I'll just cut to whatever the next thing is, because I'm not sure that we have anything left, but let's see.
Oh, hello again, cuz. Have you heard? A new potentate's come to the village. I think he said his name was...
Oh!
He seems a little down on the dump, but his hands are smooth as silk.
So again, it's a class thing. That's what I think someone said in the comments, that the idea being, you know, slick slidey hands are people who don't work with their hands. If they're working with their hands are rough, they're calloused. So yeah, Dialos definitely fits the bill.
I don't know. I'm a little disappointed, actually. Even though good Sir Dialos has a wonderful suit of armor, he says he isn't a warrior. And since he's a coward, he won't be fighting anymore. His smooth and silky hands feel nice when he helps us. But I wish we had a potentate big and strong like you.
Indeed, the guy does look like a potentate now with the crown and everything. I'm even wearing Dialos' armor. Oh man, it's wonderful.
Dialos is smooth, but I wish we had a potentate.
Okay, where's Dialos? Totally accidental. The fact that we stumbled into, I guess, yeah, that's been how we've progressed Dialos' entire questline up to this point. Everything.
Aren't you full of beans? No wonder you're covered in muck.
Yeah, everything has been accidental with this questline. We just stumbled upon him in Liurnia, but yeah.
Oh, my friend, it's been far too long. I have to say you caught me at a rather low point. But as you see, I've put all that behind me. Left the Volcano Manor, forging my own path now, making my own choices. Even a fool like me can look after some simple jars. Do you pity me? Well, don't. I feel like for the first time in my life, I'm on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, you know what? I can't say I disagree, friend. You're doing a great job here.
A fool I may be, but I can look after some simple jars. Do you pity me?
Oh no. I have a feeling that when we rezone, something bad's gonna happen. Something bad will have happened, I should say.
Dialos' smooth and silky hand, but I wish...
A fool I may be. Do you pity me?
Okay, so... So is that it? That's just the end of his questline? You know, insofar as it is, I'd say that's a happy ending for all involved. You know, even though Jarburg is kind of disappointed. You know, at least Dialos is doing something good after the horrible things he did earlier in the playthrough. So yeah, not sure what we're missing, but that's certainly a step in the right direction. Alright, you know, I think that's more or less it. So I guess all we have left is the bosses. One thing we didn't try is parrying Radagon. Probably can't parry that. Okay, so, oh, there's Radagon's rune, it looks like. That same pattern, that, or at least that I suspected was Radagon's rune. Ouch, that all hurts quite a bit, friend. Oh, we can also fall off the edge here. Have to be mindful of that. Even in his attacks, you can see the runes. Oh, gosh darn it. I'll slow it down, see if I can show you what I'm talking about. The aesthetic of the boss fight is just absolutely tremendous. I love the fact that like he's basically wasting away. It's entirely apparent that he's just a vessel for the Elden Ring. Like, just from a design perspective, absolutely masterful stuff. And the way it ties into the intro cinematic, you see the rune on the ground there as well. Ties into the intro cinematic, ties into the title screen music. The image of Radagon. Oh, we're dead. Ooh. I don't think we picked up our runes, but that's fine. Where we're going, we don't need runes. It's New Game Plus. Just want to watch this again, get some screenshots as well, so... You see the hammer that was used, and that's like sort of from the intro cinematic. The hammer that was used to smash the Elden Ring. You see the ponytail. You only see this person from the back in the intro cinematic. Also looks like they have breasts as well. Which, obviously men have breasts, but... Presumably the body is a mix of Radagon's body and Marika's body. Again, you see the runes there. the hair turns from gray to red. So it morphs from Marika into Radagon. Yeah, because you see, actually the breasts are a bit less pronounced there. What an absolutely tremendous boss intro. I think that's so cool. The Elden Ring lighting up inside. And so after you defeat his first phase, the thing that is the, the Elden Beast awakens, essentially. So, in other words, the greater will is that of some alien or godly being. And after you defeat Radagon, it awakens. Or takes over anyway. Roll too early there. Oh, too early once again. Too late that time. Much too late. Didn't even roll at all. Oh. Well played, Radagon. Alright. Maybe we should stack some holy resistance. Looking good, regret. I do not regret you. Although, I'm not sure if it's worth stacking holy resistance because I don't know what sort of damage the Elden Beast is doing. Suppose we'll just have to wait and see. Ouch. Oh, not off to a good start here. This entire episode is going to be me dying to bosses, more or less. My chance. That attack comes a lot quicker than you expect. It's so rare that one of the final bosses really lives up to the hype. Despite the fact that Malenia wipes the floor with this guy, it's still extremely, extremely cool. Oh. Three flasks left for the second phase. This is not going to go well. Okay, let's watch the cinematic again. So yeah, very clearly, this is the beast that fell from the sky and was said in the Falling Star Beast item description to, or Elden Stars, whatever it was. And it was said that a beast fell from the sky, or a thing fell from the sky, and was the Elden Ring. So it's like a dragon, but not. Dragon mixed with a serpent, mixed with Void Friend. Mixed with a tree. It's like roots. There's so many things going on here at once. The music is absolutely incredible too. So we're taking some images for potential thumbnails. Here? Oh yeah, wow. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. I had a feeling that was bad. This reminds me a little bit of the dragon fight from Sekiro. Take off the first half of the HP, they really create distance and make it very difficult for you to actually attack them. No, we're dead. Okay, that last attack there, it looks like they were preparing us to sort of take Radagon's place. So Radagon's hanging there from that rune. We were placed in the exact same position there. Gosh, we only have... we have 2 rune arcs. Okay, one more. I might have to do some co-op to sort of replenish our rune arcs. Wow. I have to do better against this first phase. It's not exactly what I had in mind. Ignore that. Ignore that, gosh darn it. Once you rhythm, you get off your rhythm. It can be difficult to get back into it. Keep getting too greedy, I think. Yeah. Regret's got a new look, at least for now. Because we're changing things up a bit. Not that I think we couldn't defeat the bosses with the build we were using just now. And by just now, in actual time, that was something like 5 days ago. But because, thought I would mix up the weapons anyway, this, maybe it would help to have a little bit of extra speed with our weapon, use this one that we've upgraded, and because we're not parrying, we're not using our finger seal, so there's really no point in having those equipped. So I figured we might as well use the extra weight allowance to, I suppose we could have this shield equipped in theory. Yeah, and we're still medium rolling, so I guess we don't need to unequip it, but, looking good either way, I'd say. Yeah, so it is now Saturday, August the 12th. On the date of recording, and I hope you're all still having a fantastic day today. So I've spent, I guess the last time I recorded was on Monday, I want to say, and I've spent basically all my time since then thinking about Radagon, thinking about the Elden Beast, and about sort of what appears to be the end game of Elden Ring, and I had some thoughts and some notes that I wanted to go through before we continued fighting the bosses. Now, some of these notes I think I'll probably save until after we have... The only awkward thing about this is that it blocks our face, so, Regret's trying to make eye contact with everyone, but it makes it difficult, so I guess we'll have to one-hand while standing here and chatting. But yeah, I have a number of notes, and some of these notes I'm going to want to go over after we've completed the game, or at least defeated the final boss for the first time. Because I say completed the game, we're not going to be completed the game for quite some time, because I would like to, before this playthrough is over, show off and discuss all of the endings. And right now, obviously, I don't know how many of the endings we'll even have access to. My assumption is 2, possibly 3. But I don't know how many endings there are in the game, full stop. So anyways, I'm off track already. So I'm going to go down my list of items here. And the first item on our list actually is that I thought it would be interesting to revisit the intro cinematic and discuss it a little bit before we proceeded. So I went and recorded it so that we could just discuss it briefly. So the Fallen Leaves tell a story. And so this is Marika, seemingly. Yes, indeed, that is Marika. You can tell because the hair is gray. It's not red, so it's not Radagon. But Marika is the one shattering the Elden Ring. So, suggesting potentially that she sort of took the Elden Ring out of herself and decided to shatter it. Not sure why. That motivation is not yet apparent. And so this whole idea of the Fallen Leaves telling this story. telling a story, I should say. I assume that has to do with the crystal tears and whatnot that have shed from the Erdtree. Because we've not really learned much about leaves, but in any case, in terms of the setting, I think this is clearly supposed to be inside the Erdtree, or, you know, insofar as Radagon's boss arena is inside the Erdtree, that's where this takes place. You can see because obviously this is concept art of sorts, you can see that it looks like you're sort of on the inside of a tree. Now, what's more is that in Radagon's boss arena, there is a sort of stump like this, and Radagon is wielding that same hammer. And presumably that's the stump on which the Elden Ring was shattered, because that's sort of what's happening here. I don't know why so the reason we're doing this in the PS5 thing is because I can't really watch videos on my computer and screen record it, otherwise the frame rate will be dreadful, so that's why we're doing it here. So you have to forgive me that the audio is so wonky, and weirdly when we pause it, the PlayStation 5 music plays in the background, which, you know, I suppose is fine, but anyways. And also that cracking you hear occasionally in the background, you might have just heard it just now. That is apparently the PS5, the plastic around the PS5 sort of expanding as a means of managing the heat. So I kept thinking, oh no, it sounds almost like the PS5 is about to die or something, but apparently that's something that's totally normal. And anyways, so the Great Elden Ring was shattered. Across the fog, so wherever this person is talking is across the fog from the lands between. And Queen Marika, the Eternal, is nowhere to be found. So, after the Elden Ring was shattered. So, again, I think that sort of recontextualizes, potentially anyways. I might be saying all this stuff and then we're about to find out that something completely different happened and rendering all of this pointless. But, you know, I guess I wanted to get this out there before we learn so that, you know, if I am right, I can say, I knew all along, instead of, you know, otherwise being like, oh yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I suspected was the case. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So Queen Marika, the Eternal, is nowhere to be found. And so she shatters the Elden Ring. We also learned about Radagon, basically going around the lands between in what was described by Muriel as engaging in acts of territorial aggression. So, again, you know, I speculated about this earlier when we first saw Radagon, was that maybe that was Radagon just gathering the shards of the Elden Ring so that he could then combine them and take Queen Marika's place. And that's one of the items here on my list, which is marriage in FromSoft games. You know, I talked earlier in the playthrough about marriage, which in George R.R. Martin's sort of A Song of Ice and Fire is a political tool more than it is anything else. It's a means of sort of forging alliances and repairing broken relationships between houses. And, you know, I was framing marriage in this game in those terms, but I think more accurately, just think about the way FromSoft, at least in the FromSoft games I've played, anytime marriage has been discussed, it's been a weird thing. What immediately comes to mind is Dark Souls 3. And the idea of the marriage between the player character and Anri of Astora, where the act of consummating the marriage is essentially to shove a sword in Anri's face, whether Anri being a him or a her. But yeah, anyways. So marriage in FromSoft games is weird. And it's not marriage as we think about it, nor is it marriage seemingly as George R.R. Martin sort of writes about it in A Song of Ice and Fire. And in this case, it's, yeah, almost weirder still, which is to say that when Radagon, if I'm right about the whole territorial aggression thing, just being him gathering up the shards of the Elden Ring, he gathers up the shards of the Elden Ring, and then in doing so, takes Queen Marika's place, aka becoming Queen Marika's consort, marrying Queen Marika. The missing piece in all of this, the thing I don't yet understand, is how did Godfrey lose Grace? How was it described? Grace was taken from him. How did that happen? Because presumably, yeah, so did the same thing happen twice? Did Marika smash the Elden Ring, and then Godfrey gathered up all the pieces? And then Godfrey smashed the Elden Ring, and then Radagon picked up the pieces? And then Radagon smashed the Elden Ring, and then we picked up the pieces. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be the cycle, but anyways, and what the motivation is for the smashing of the Elden Ring, but yeah. Okay, yeah, Knight of the Black Knives, Goblin the Golden being the first to perish, and so that was a way to confine destined death. So this would have to be Omenkiller. I suppose we've never really seen what Omenkiller looked like, but I want to say that the statue, I didn't think the kid in the statue had long hair. Oh yeah, okay, it's obviously Omenkiller, now that I think about it, because behind Mohg is an egg. So yeah, that makes sense. This is obviously Rykard and the serpent that he became one with. And this is the battle between Malenia and, gosh, what is his name? Radagon? Already forgotten so much. No idea who this friend is, the narrator, who has compelled all of these tarnished to wake up. Okay, so the hints were here all along about Hoarah Loux. Because here's Hoarah Loux, and there is Siraj. So yeah, very interesting stuff. That all along, this was Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. But again, I'm missing the piece in the middle between where Radagon is and Queen Marika being the initial sort of vessel for the Elden Ring. Not sure what happened to Godfrey. How did Godfrey not become the Elden Lord anymore? Other than what we've been told, which is, Grace left him. Yeah, we messed up Goldmask's questline, I think. Fia's questline we did complete. I don't know if this is supposed to be a nameless person or if that's supposed to be Godfrey, like Godfrey's spirit. She lay with Godfrey to conceive the death rune. Rune of death, I should say. I think we also probably screwed up Dung Eater's questline because I didn't, no idea where it was supposed to go from there with him being sort of imprisoned. Presumably we were supposed to kill him. I suppose that would have made sense, but yeah, obviously we didn't do that. So, and Sir Gideon, his questline. Oh, and you can see that's actually a very nice touch. The grace shining down on him. So there's a ray of light, and you can see it looks like a sight of grace, like the grace as it's manifested at a sight of grace, I should say. Just sort of on top of his chest there, shining into an eye in his armor. So that's a really cool touch, I think. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. One other whom Grace would again bless, and that is the player character. Alright, so now I suppose we might as well try to fight Radagon and the Elden Beast. I do have additional items on my list, several additional items on my list, but don't think it makes sense to stand around and chat about them. Actually, it'd probably be better to discuss these items sort of in relation to the boss fight. Oh, dodged a bit too early there. Something else we might do is some co-op. Perhaps to... we're not doing nearly as much damage with this weapon. That was to be expected, but... oh, that's it. Ah, timing is off. Yep, so the weapon change did not work out. I know I'm giving up rather quickly, but this puts us in heavy load territory though, so How do we fix that? Shout out, by the way, to the person who very kindly pointed out that you can actually sort it in descending order. So, damage negation descending. Oh my goodness, yeah. All this time I've been floundering around trying to go all the way to the bottom of the list of items, not realizing that you can actually sort it in the opposite direction. So, shout out to whoever that was who attuned me to that. So yeah, we might end up doing some co-op in order to get our hands on some additional rune arcs. We didn't drink our Flask of Wondrous Physic. Whoops. Oh, gosh darn it. Didn't mean to do that. Radagon really punishes you for trying to create space. Oh, we need to heal. Gosh darn it. It was a very quick backslide to going back to my usual equipment. But yeah. Other approach is not exactly working out. All right. Back with the comforts of the greatsword. A little too early. And then too late, and then too early. Oh. Does a great job closing the gap on you. Oh. Okay, well played. There's that Argyle grid pattern, which I've said represents his rune. I'm not sure if that's true. Amazed we've not opened him up to a critical attack at any point. Oh, there it is. Just in time. Okay, so now, one of the items on my list is to talk about the name of this boss, that is the Elden Beast. So, in the context of other FromSoft games, namely Bloodborne, we thought about beasts as being these hairy, furry, sort of four-legged creatures, not always four-legged, but werewolf-type creatures insofar as they are two-legged. They're unkempt, they're dirty, they're covered in blood and grime, and their hair is probably not well maintained. They're gross in an inhuman kind of way, but this beast, quote unquote, is inhuman but in an elegant kind of way, a beautiful way. So it's a beast in the sense that it's not human. But it's not a beast in the sense that, that term has been used, at least in the context of Bloodborne. This is a different kind of beast, and so I wonder about the Japanese term that's used for this boss. Whether it's something like Elden otherworldly creature or something like that, because, this isn't a beast as, again, there's many different definitions and ways of understanding that term, but this isn't what immediately comes to mind for me when I hear the term beast. So okay, that's bad. Oh, that's worse. Should have seen that coming. Alright, yeah, we really need to do better during that first phase in order to be ready for the second one, so that we can have enough flasks, and I don't feel like I need to sort of do everything without healing. Greedy. Oh, so greedy. Once more. However, greed is how you get those critical attacks, it seems. Oh, thank you for the rating, friends. Perfect timing, that one. I rolled too early. Once again, too early. Thank you, panic dodges. Oh, that was a shorter delay than I was expecting. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that was close. Oh, come on. Grateful they give you a couple seconds to buff at least. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I should have seen that one coming. Likewise with this one. Part of the problem I have with this boss fight, the problem is not even the right word to use, but I'm just so in awe of the beauty of it that it makes it difficult to focus on actually getting the timing right and being mindful of the attacks like this one. Because, like, again, this is not what I think about when I think of a beast. I think of something nearly this elegant or beautiful. Really need to take advantage of the opportunities you have to attack them. Because they are few and far between. Absolutely tremendous stuff, this boss fight. Oh, I should have seen that coming. Oh no. Ooh. Oh, out of stamina. Oh, I'm at the edge as well. Oh, this is bad, friends. Oh. Oh, darn it, we were so close. Getting greedy. Come on. Yes! We did it! We did it!
Hey.
I didn't have any celebratory gestures ready. Oh, Elden Remembrance. Okay. So we can summon Ronnie. Obviously can't warp anywhere. Yeah, let's have a rest. Fractured Marika. So presumably that's one ending. So yeah, quite literally, Fractured Marika. So this would presumably be, we would become the third Elden Lord. We're sort of wedding Marika, becoming Queen Marika's consort. So just the two endings we have access to then. Alright, well, we're going to do them all anyway, because I'm going to do a restore point. I'm almost not sure which one I want to do first. Let's do the Marika one first. Let's become the third Elden Lord. Oh, okay. So we have at least two options. Mend the Elden Ring, use the mending rune of the Death Prince. Ooh, okay. Well, we might as well go in order, I suppose. Right. Okay, let's do it. Oh no, we didn't. Gosh darn it. We're not wearing our proper attire. Gosh darn it.
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Or so we've been told.
Of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Our seed will look back upon us and recall an age of fracture.
Oh, looking good. Okay then. So maybe I didn't quite understand that at all. Because I was under the assumption that the ending we were getting there was that we were going to be sort of assimilated into this Marika body. That we were going to become one with Marika and become one with the Elden Ring. So, yeah. That was a little bit unexpected, just seeing us sitting there like that. Okay, I think I'm going to skip the credits. My apologies to everyone who worked on the game. Just time constraints, you know. If you do not start over now, you can choose to begin Journey 2 later. Okay, so no, we don't want to start over. I suspect not much has changed. Yeah, everything is the same here, it looks like, except we have a remembrance to read. So we don't get a remembrance for Radagon, nor a rune for Radagon. Okay, that's interesting. Remembrance of the Elden Beast hewn into the Erdtree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. It was the vassal beast of the greater will and living incarnation of the concept of order. So, yeah, vassal beast of the greater will. So in other words, everything is the greater will as a hive mind, that the greater will was directing the Elden stars to fall to the planet, which then, merged with Marika somehow, and then Marika was sort of, Marika's foot is dim, just tapping away. Yeah, so more or less in keeping with the theory that we were crafting throughout the playthrough about all of that, but Marika's hammer, stone hammer made in the lands of the Newman, outside the lands between. The tool with which Marika shattered the Elden Ring and Radagon attempted to repair it. The hammer partially broke upon shattering the ring, becoming splintered with rune fragments. Unique skill, Goldbreaker, leap up high and, while suspended in midair, imbue the rune shard with light before smashing it down hard onto the ground. The heroic Radagon signature attack. So, yeah, more or less as I suspected, that Radagon was attempting to, so I don't know if I was correct in saying that recontextualizes his territorial aggression, but certainly, yeah, he was attempting to repair it, so that makes sense. A sword wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived a life eternal. Thoughts on what the weapon portends are many and varied. Some consider it a mark of a great sin, or a sign of great devastation. Some think of it as the end of an age, while others the beginning. Unique skill, Wave of Gold. Imbue the sword with bygone golden glory, then fire it at foes. A wide golden wave fans out forward, sweeping through all enemies caught in its path. Okie dokie then. I'm not sure what else there is to check before we restore.
I see.
Uh-oh, something happened to Hugh. Oh, I guess just talking about how he sort of lost a bit of memory. He's a bit discombobulated.
I see. You're here for some spirit tuning. Oh, so it wasn't just me this happened to. To think he'd forget who you were as well. I knew he'd burn himself out, old Hugh. I think we could talk him into leaving the Roundtable Hold now, but maybe it's better that we don't. It's only proper that we respect his choice to stay. I'll remain with Hugh. He made me who I am today. I'd like to return the kindness, in whatever small way I can. Please, Hugh was always saying that you were a lord to him. So slay her with the weapons he smithed. Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
Okie dokes. Well, I did that, so you're welcome.
Now.
Yep, nothing. Okay, I guess time to restore to our restore point. I don't remember where it was. I think it was before we fought quote-unquote Hoarah Loux. But yeah, let's see. Oh, okay. So we've already defeated... Oh, yeah. We're down to two rune arcs, so that's gonna be rough. You know, I'm wondering if we made a mistake by not creating an earlier restore point, because it just occurred to me that we have the Frenzied Flame thing that we've not done yet. Gosh darn it. Okay, let's have a look.
Go to the door ahead. It will surely...
Oh man, so yeah, because the whole reason we stopped is that Melina said she would kill us, basically. Given the opportunity, if we mess with the Frenzied Flame. So yeah, I wonder if that would open up a different boss fight or something. Like, would we fight Melina as a boss? I don't know. And that arm, back, and body here is looking good, I gotta say. Okay, we did see this cutscene. I don't know if it's worth watching again, but also I kind of don't want to skip it. I don't even know what fingers those are. Looks like it might be thumb, index finger, and middle finger on the left hand. Ouch. Now we have to kill Hyeda. Let there be chaos. Oh, I'm just avoiding it. No armor head. Likely joy. Wait, what? Okay, hold that thought for 1 second.
The flame of chaos has nestled within you. Could you please rest your hand upon me? Burn me with the flame to make me your maiden.
Oh, man.
Oh, it burns. My eyes, they're melting.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hyed. It's terrible.
Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all
is one again.
Wish we could just leave her at this state. So I think I figured out the Godfrey thing while all this has been happening. Basically the ending we picked was presumably the Godfrey ending, the same ending he picked, where he just sat on the throne. Whereas Radagon picked a quote-unquote different ending. He tried to repair the Elden Ring, therefore basically becoming Marika, becoming consumed into Marika, who is consumed by the Greater Will, or the, part of the Greater Will hive mind, so to speak.
Those who gave me grapes howled without words, saying they wished they were never born.
No,
Become their lord. Take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, and melt it all away. As the Lord of Chaos, no more fractures, no more birth.
Rip Hyeda, I'm sorry. Frenzied Flame Seal, Frenzied Flame Stone. Rune Arc. Oh, don't tell me. What the heck? Oh my gosh, I missed an entire area? Are you joking? The comments are gonna be bonkers on that episode. Everyone's gonna be so annoyed. Root facing cliffs. Oh! Okay, that's interesting. There was already that episode where we went to the Forsaken Depths, and then I ended up basically leaving. Oh, people are gonna be so annoyed. Okay, well, it is what it is, but we might as well just do this now. We can call Torrent, which is nice. I would ask how we missed this last time, but... Oh no. Oh, I'm dead. Oh. And I love how slippery Torrent is. Way too slippery for me. Giant bug there. No grass ahead. What are they talking about? It's possible we missed an item up there. So we'll have to loop back around to that. Visions of Fear again. Bird or bug. My goodness, this is the last thing I wanted to do in this episode. Oh no. Forgot we unequipped our bow. And don't get it twisted when I say this is the last thing I wanted to do in this episode. There have been a couple of commenters at the time of recording who have this impression of me as not enjoying the game and not wanting to play it because I complain occasionally about enemies I'm not a fan of or mechanics that I find annoying. You know, both things can be true. I can be enjoying the game and having fun playing the game and wanting to play the game, and I can still find individual aspects of the game annoying or undesirable or, you know, not fun. Don't think those two things are mutually exclusive. So, you know, when I say this is the last thing I wanted to do, I don't mean, oh, I'm like, I hate this, I'm not having fun doing this. Like, I am. I just did not envision myself doing this. And when I say this is the last thing I wanted to do, I'm, you know, just in case it's not obvious, I'm half joking when I say that. You know, I'm not fully joking, but I'm half joking. Seems like it's all unnecessary weapons. They're unnecessary weapons. Items that don't really give us anything that, you know, we need. Nothing legendary or rare or anything like that. It's just runes. Oh, gosh darn it. Well, we knocked that one off somehow. No, come on. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. I presume that if there are any amazing items, they're going to be at the end of this sort of sub area. That was very risky. Okay. So, never mind. I guess it just leads here? This is where we got the Elden Stars, I think. So there's really nothing here. So I suppose that's just an alternate entrance to this area. Okie dokes, good to know. So, let's head back to the Elden Throne. Alright, Do Don't know that we're ready for this, but not really much choice. I suppose we could try to see if we can make it work with what we have. Don't want to look quite as ugly as we looked in the previous episode, or the previous set before we restored. However, we do a little better than the things we're wearing. We just have to remember to change before the cutscene. All right. Interesting that the music cuts out right as soon as you pass the thorns. Which totally makes sense, but yeah. Just thought I would point that out. Alright, let's try again. Too early. Oh, we need to heal. Ooh. Dreadful. Thank you, panic dodges. Ooh, get wrecked. Yes, I'm chasing fashion. What of it? Well played, Radagon. Oh my goodness. Wow, I could not move. No idea how to dodge that attack. Oh my goodness. I assume I'm supposed to jump over things, but yeah, it's hard to sort of gauge where it is and where you are, while still trying to keep your eye on the Elden Beast. I gotta say once again though, I think FromSoft really knocked it out of the park with these two bosses. Absolutely knocked it out of the park. Just tremendous boss fights. So it's this god slain. I meant to point that out earlier. So that's a god, which, yeah, is more or less in line with what I was expecting. So once again, we're faced with Shattered Marika. travel even to Roundtable Hold. I suppose makes sense. So, interestingly, do we not have the option to summon Ronnie? Does not look like we have to summon Ronnie. That's really interesting. So, by virtue of the fact that so again, I think it remains to be seen whether we screwed up with the Flame of Frenzy thing, because yeah, I think we might have had to do that earlier. The decision point came before we used I think the Flame of Frenzy should have been the thing we used to light the Erdtree aflame. So, my rear end there. See, oh, okay, so now, yeah, indeed, talking completely out of my rear end. It appears as though we only have one option available to us, and that's to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. So let's have a look. Regret, friend? Okay, so Marika's face shattered. Okay, so our face has become our head has become the Eye of Sauron. To Regret's beautiful face. So I suppose it's still possible that we're missing a fight against Melina or something, because we are still burning the Erdtree with the Flame of Frenzy. Oh, goodness, look at that. Regret is quite enjoying this. Or perhaps that's Shabriri, in fact. Whoa. See the fingerprints. Oh my goodness, okay. So this is the nightmare ending. Jeez Louise. Oh, okay, so the sky there looked a lot like the sky we saw when we were fighting Fortisax. Frenzied Flame. Yeah, that was incredible, but also just frightening. So, we eliminated all that divides and distinguishes, because everything was just going to sort of melt into flame there. Quite interesting. So, a list here, my notepad here, of the different endings. That was the Age of Fracture. So I'm just making a note here, that afterwards we can sort of sit this and talk about all the different endings. But right now, Age of Fracture, Lord of Frenzied Flame, so we have at least 2 endings still to go, which is quite interesting, I think. Endings than I think FromSoft has ever had in a Souls game, at least. Okay, again, apologies to all those who worked on the game. I'm going to skip this. So, something else I thought worth mentioning. Oh, okay. Thought this was some huge revelation, but actually we learned this previously, that Queen Marika is a Newman. from the description of Marika's hammer as well, in addition to this. So someone pointed out in the comment section, I describe these as sort of products of nuclear fusion, but like tiny little stars. But someone suggested that maybe they're eyes, which, yeah, I can kind of see that. And we'll talk about that in the next episode. I'm currently working on a loose script for my sort of story exploration segment that we're going to start the next episode with. This episode is already much too long to do that in this episode, so we're just going to do all the endings in this one, take it all in, and then, in the next episode we will actually explore what all the different endings mean, and talk a little bit more about the cosmology of the world, talk about the sort of mechanical processes through which runes work, and anyways, so let's maybe just continue on and do the next ending, because all of that is going to have to wait until the next episode, because obviously I'm not ready to talk about all that just yet, in part because we still have a couple endings to go, so let's do that. Perhaps we'll try to see if we can keep on our fancy outfit. I'm pretty sure I tried that last time. Actually, we will reallocate one flask, though. I'm reasonably certain I tried that last time. That was last week or the week prior. This episode's taken a while. And it didn't work out well, I seem to recall, but try again anyway. So, charge is already at maximum. We have... This is what I'm a bit confused about. $12 golden seeds. So did that just give you more than you could possibly ever need? So that's quite interesting, I think. Yes! Oh. Finally, we did it wearing our fancy clothing. Okay, so we can summon Ranni. But we want to do the Mending Rune of the Death Prince first. So let's give it a shot, see if we become Radagon, essentially. Or, in other words, absorb ourselves into Marika's body. I'm reasonably certain that's what happened this time, or... Oh no, never mind, sorry. The Rune of Death is there, right at the bottom. Basically adding the Rune of Death to the Elden Ring. Tree is glowing again.
The fallen leaves tell a story of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Our seed will look back upon us and recall the age of the Duskborn.
Okay, so that was more or less the same, other than one or two lines, and the sort of ash floating everywhere. Age of the Duskborn, Age of Fracture, Lord of Frenzied Flame. So we still have at least one more ending left, which is Ranni's ending. So yeah, let's do it now. Okay, that wasn't pretty, but also not terrible. say I'm gonna run out of stamina here very quickly, but there it goes. Oh my goodness, too much magic. Okay, friend, you're behind the barrier there. I don't think that's fair. Triggered a new kind of aggression by doing well at the start of the boss fight, it seems. We brought the beast out of the Elden Beast. Started off really well. It's not continued that way. Oh, just a couple more hits, come on. Ooh, we did it. Wow, again. Started off well. We had more time to just admire the boss room. Okie dokes. Keep hoping for a talk to Melina option. As if we died, probably just spawn back at the site of grace. Yeah, probably not worth trying, but let's summon Ronnie.
The battle is over, I see. I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness. A path stretcheth into darkness.
Oh, regret. The profile shot. Oh, man. Age of the Stars.
Well then, shall we?
It's my, wife, I guess. I am your consort after
My
all.
fair consort eternal.
Okay, so we have Age of Fracture, Age of Duskborn, Age of the Stars, and Lord of the Frenzied Flame. Just writing this down. Okay. Apologies to those who worked on the game. I'm going to skip the credits. Once more, we are not going to start a new game, or start the next new game cycle, I should say. We are, however, going to do some rounding up of NPCs, because I need a bit of time to think about the different endings, what they mean, to write that script I was working on, or my sort of analysis of the story and the cosmology of the world point. And so, yeah, I think I'll probably take a break from recording for a couple of weeks while I work on all that. Just, spend some time thinking about the story. Trying to wrap my head around everything. 4 different endings, at least those that we experienced. It's possible there's more that I'm just not aware of, but...
In this ash, it reminds me.
Okay. We've clearly screwed up many, many NPC quest lines. And so... in New Game Plus, I think I'm probably, it's still going to be the same series. It's still going to be the same series. And, yeah, it'll still be a quote-unquote blind playthrough. But I think I'll probably be a bit more liberal about the meaning of that, in that you don't want to look up some guidance with respect to several of the NPC quest lines, just to make sure we're not messing things up. And yeah, so maybe I'll put scare quotes around the blind and blind playthrough. I'm not really sure, but in the meantime, I'm gonna cut it now and cut to whenever I next come across something new, because we have a few NPCs that I want to check up on before we call it an episode. So I'll see you at the next new thing we come across.
Curse you, Golden Order. One day, you'll get what's coming.
Okay. Did we not already do this? Grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater, a tender pox afflicted with omen horns. Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls from returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed, one of the most loathsome things found in all the lands between. Okay. Did we not have enough of these last time or something? Because I seem to recall that we did this, but maybe we need to do it 3 times or something. Okay, let's save, quit, and try again.
Golden Order.
Yeah, I really don't get it. So, we used both of the... more of them? Where we would get... Yeah, we've clearly missed something. Murder him now, I suppose, is the question, and I think the answer is yes, we do. Okay. I would apologize, but you're a terrible person, so... Omen helm armor, gauntlets and green. Malformed helm, resembling an omen with its horns cut off. Worn by the Dung Eater, its form is a vision of the landscape of his mind, and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen without the body to match. Could there be any crude existence? What does it matter then, if the curse claims it all? Yeah. Dark. The heavy sun-shaped medallion represents both the guidance he once saw and the ring to which it will one day lead. As in the Elden Ring? Interestingly, the boss room is no longer accessible, but I suppose we can probably warp there, no? Or... that Site of Grace ought to be warped to. Very interesting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They're wonderful, dears. So smooth, silky.
You dreaming about Dialos' hands? Okay. Wake up, Jarburg friend. What's going on?
So smooth.
Oh no. Where is she?
Oh, Cuz, I'm glad you came. But we're fine now. Dialos fought the poacher, though quite a lot of us got broken. I won't cry, though. I'm a warrior, Jar. A warrior.
Oh.
The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. That's the kind of warrior I want to be one day, Cuz. Even if I'm scared, I'll still fight to protect everyone. The tale of House Hoslow. That's the kind.
Okay, so it sounds like he did well-ish. Oh.
You. Are the jars? Are they all right? Did I defend them?
Yeah, you defended them very well, my friend.
Then all is well. This fool proved his worth in the end.
Oh man, now I actually feel kind of bad. fancy armor friend, Dialos. Potentate Dialos. Also ripped to all the jars that got murdered while Poacher was about. But who's the Poacher? Has to be Patches. I don't know who else it would be. Oh.
The tale of House Hoarah Loux is told in blood. That's the kind of warrior I'm going to be.
Oh.
One who protects everybody. That's the kind of warrior.
Oh, that's so sad.
Thanks for coming back, cuz. I've been thinking. It's time for me to set out on a journey. As a warrior jar. Upon the path of champions.
Yeah, I was thinking it was coming to this. So, yeah. I have a gift for you.
Wow. Cuz, are these insights from Uncle Alexander? Thank you, cuz I'm a warrior jar, so I need to be strong. I can really have them, right? I understand. I'll get strong. Strong enough. I deserve to have Uncle's insights. I don't think I'll see you again. When I set out. Warriors are supposed to work alone. Goodbye, cuz. And thanks for everything. I'll never forget you, cuz.
Oh, man.
I'll never forget
you either, friend. Companion jar. Talisman given by the jars to their friends raises potency of thrown jars. Though the jars are brought to life by human flesh and blood, they are all rather kindly folk. Perhaps they were made to be better than their innards. Aww. Yeah, indeed. That's absolutely the case. They're definitely better than humans. Dialos' mask, Oslo's petal whip, and Newman's rune. So Dialos is a Newman? I had a whip formed of razor-sharp chain-link blades that have the appearance of flower petals. This work of art is handed down through the generations of the illustrious House Hoarah Loux. High dexterity is required to wield this weapon, but it excels at inflicting devastating blood loss. The tale of House Hoarah Loux is told in blood. Replica of a twin-tailed silver helm with flowery adornment, only without the twin tails. Dialos Hoarah Loux had an older brother who was a stern, self-possessed man of few words. His achievements made him seem out of reach. So the younger aspired to be like the older, yearning for the day that he would tell the tale of House Hoarah Loux in blood, knowing full well that it would break his brother's heart. Okay, well, I suppose that's as good a place as any other. So, thank you all very, very much for joining me, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!